And so welcome back to the stream. It's an exciting morning, and we're going to continue with the work that we've been doing. Remember, we have a target of streaming up to when we hit a tune of $500,000. So we're going to do this by ensuring that each and everything that we stream is put out here on this channel. We are going to do it live. So we are building in public. What are we building? We're going to build several mobile apps, but also we are going to build a few web apps. And for the web apps that we are building, we are mostly going to focus on building web apps for some of the clients that have contacted us to automate platforms for them. But we are also going to be building websites for those very apps that we are going to be working on. So this is how it's going to be. If you enjoy the content that we put out, if you enjoy the streams that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this channel. It's a free thing. It's one of the most amazing or important things that you can do for us in this journey or in this quest to go and ensure that we vibe code apps that are going to take us to a tune of earning up to 500,000. The way we are earning this is by creating apps that are really important, apps that are going to help people in a much more better way. We've started off with an app that is called Quizzer, which we are working on. We worked on it in the previous stream, but today we are going to look at this automation tool. This tool is the tool that we have earned money for, because it's a tool for a client, and you're working on several things when it comes to this tool. Well, we have this dashboard that has been set out, and the dashboard is mostly trying to capture information from reservations, from destinations, from cost allocation, agents, booking density, and inquiry. The other thing that you're going to notice when it comes to this tool, we have an itinerary builder here with this tool. Now, it's amazing because you can be able to add on several days, and you can be able to build an itinerary for clients. The other thing that you can be able to do, particularly for this very tool, you can store this information. You can finalize the strip. When you click on finalize, it is saved in the stored entities, which is here in the tab switcher. So when we click on this, you can be able to view our itinerary very well, but not only view it in that view, that is the simple view. We have a detailed view. So it depends on what you want to send to the client. So we have a simple view and a detailed view. So this is a detailed one. So you can be able to send them a simple view, or you can be able to send them a detailed view. Now, if you love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this channel. Subscribe effectively well, because what we are focusing on, it is to ensure that for each and every element that we are working on, we make refinements that are very candid. And when we make these refinements, they are going to get us to a place where you can understand how we get to build this. Vibe coding is one of the most simplest things that you can be able to do. So if you can watch how we do it, and then pick a thing or two, or most importantly, if you can follow us along on how we get to do things, it's not complicated. The way I learned it is that it is something that you have to do, but you have to be able to explain yourself in a much more better way. And with those candid explanations, you can be able to get somewhere with building stuff. So this is also another element that we have on this tool. The other element that we have on this tool, it is the itinerary builder, where someone can be able to effectively follow up on a specific email that has been set up for them, which is quite amazing. So we also have this builder, which is good to allow the clients follow along on various emails that they have received. The other element that we have on this, it is the costing. So this is the costing screen. With the costing screen, someone can be able to select various safaris, and then they get information now on that specific safari. They can be able to change things and make a computations on the various things they are going to spend on, based on the number of clients they have on that particular day, which is quite amazing, which is very, very amazing. The other thing that you can be able to get access to, it is the tracking, but I'm going to come to that. Let's go to the reservations. The reservations are here. It is a very candid element that we can make changes to. When you look at the various elements that we have in the reservations, you can be able to reserve. First of all, follow up on a client who has come in, give them a quote, and after that, if a trip has been confirmed and they have made the payment, you can confirm it. When you confirm it, then and you start tracking it, then it comes here. So when you click on any trip, you can be able to view the various days of that particular trip and the activities that are there. So and after the trip has been completed, you can be able to view it here in the evaluations board, which is quite amazing. The other thing that we have the accommodation board. Now the accommodation board is very, very good. You can be able to pick images from here, from the evaluation, because and details of hotels, their prices and everything. So it's a fully automated tool that has been made using mostly illustrations, but most importantly, this is a vibe coded tool. It's a vibe coded tool. It is something that I've done with Google Anti-Gravity. So if you truly want to keep on this journey, please follow this channel, because we are going to keep on doing this until when we get to the tune over the $500,000 that we've set out. Also, we are going to ensure that we keep you informed for each and every step that we move towards our journey. So let's continue with what so you can subscribe to the channel. Let's continue. And let's go here. There's something that we need to refine. I think we are going to refine the icons, so let's go here. when it comes to the wildlife and attraction icons, I've noticed that for many of the animals and the birds, we've not actually picked the right kind of icons. We need to ensure that the body shapes of the icons for the animals and the attractions and each and everything resembles the body shape of that particular icon. For example, if it's an elephant, we need to ensure that that icon is of an elephant. If it's a zebra, we need to ensure that it is of a zebra. But what we also need to ensure is that these icons are shown with their full body, which is very important. So we keep the full body logic, but we need to ensure that they are the exact icons that we require to have in this particular section of the detailed view of the itinerary. So I want you to look into that, look into it, and ensure that these ones have been designed and we have them. They need to be over the full body, but also they need to be the exact shape over that particular wildlife attraction, be it an animal, be it maybe a bird or any other wildlife attractions that we have. So you need to ensure that that is set up for all the 200 icons that we have. So we are making refinements to these. These are the icons, but when you look at them, they are not the exact ones that we have. Yes, they are there, but they are not the ones that we want. So we want to refine them to ensure that they are the exact icons that we want to have. So let's wait for the build out to proceed, and then we can be able to review what is happening in terms of the refinements that have been made. When I noticed that, I said we have to make refinements to ensure that we have the perfect shapes of these, which is quite good. If they're going to be used continuously, then we need to have something that is laid out, something that is much more better. Because in our data, we have lots of them. So these are the icons that we are trying to change. When you look at this travel icon data.ts file, there are very many, but we need to ensure that they are the right icons, which is quite important. Someone wants to view an icon which is really the right one for each and every animal. So that is the change that we are making. So it's running in the background, which is quite amazing. Then we are going to review. We're going to review them. We're going to review them and then get to see the right ones. If you've just joined, we are working on making refinements to this tour platform. which we've already made some changes to. This is the detailed view of our itinerary with the layout of the elements. This is how it's going to look in terms of the layout, and we are making some changes to this in terms of the wildlife and the attractions, which is quite amazing. So if you're making changes to this, we want to ensure that these icons are really match up. If it's let's say they have chosen a lion here, we need to ensure that these icons are really over a lion. So those are the changes that are being made, and modifications are being made to them to ensure that we have something that is really good. And yes, after that we are going to review each and everything. So if you love the content that we put out, please subscribe to the stream, which is the freest thing that you can be able to give us. Subscribe and be able to follow along even with the coming refinements that we are going to have to do. So this is our simple view. And this is our detailed view of what you're working on. So we are waiting for these refinements to take place, and then we can be able to review what has it's taking place. So it's making the refinement. Sometimes even it depends on the task that you've given Google Anti-Gravity. Google Anti-Gravity at times takes up a lot of time. It's going to take up a lot of time, and the reason as why it takes up a lot of time is because at times the task is very gigantic. So when we look at the task that we are working on, we need to make refinements to over 200 icons. And these icons, I can tell you there are very many. If you are really making refinements to redesigning them manually, then that is something that is very, very tedious and hectic. But it's trying as much as possible to revamp them and also produce them, because the first ones we used Gemini Flash to produce them. Now for these ones we are using Gemini 3.1 Pro, which is quite much more better than Gemini Flash. So we are trying to see if we can make an upgrade to them, try to capture the exact design of the icons, but in the same place be able to really fetch them for our itinerary very well, to see how they look and how they are going to pan out, which is something that you can have with an upgraded version like 3.1. So what we are waiting for, it is the refinement that has to be made. But meanwhile, we are waiting for this. I believe that now, for the people who have been following us for the past 8 days, you get a feeling of how we get to do this. It's not so complicated. The way we do it is that we approach it with our own context. We always want to give as much detailed explanations as possible. That is how I do it. And the other thing is that I try as much as possible to give references in terms of the things that I want, which is quite important. So we need to give references of what you truly want, which is amazing. And that is also very, very important. If you love the content that we put out, the only thing and one of the most important things that you can do for us, it is to please subscribe. I'm going to ask you nicely again, please subscribe to the stream as we go on our journey to go build out various automation tools, build mobile apps, and ensure that we can be able to reach out to people who use them and have them use our products, our paid products, and be able to collect revenue of up to $500,000. So if you love the challenge that we put up for ourselves, if you love the journey, please subscribe to the stream, which is the only freest thing that you can be able to do for us. So thank you for the subscriptions, and for the ones who haven't yet, please click the subscription button. It is the most important thing that you can do for us on this quest. And we also want you to be part of the journey. We would love you to be part of the journey. And it's the reasons why I call upon you to subscribe, to be part of the journey, to watch us from where we are currently to where we are going, because I believe we are going to really get there. So thank you for that. And I know as we go along, we're also going to learn a lot of things that we do as we approach our own journey of vibe coding. You know, with vibe coding, it depends, like it varies from one person to another, how they create their prompts, how they make their refinements, how they approach projects. So it's kind of different. It is not a one-way thing, but it depends on how you organize each and everything. And the way we organize each and everything, we've been able to build different platforms, websites, and we are working on various mobile apps, which is quite interesting. And I believe for someone who really truly wants to follow this journey, someone who wants to learn, someone who wants to be a part of a group that is going towards something, then a subscription, it is the only thing that you can really do for us. And I appreciate each and everyone who has already subscribed, and I appreciate each and everyone who is really contemplating on giving us that subscription as we go along this journey. So I'm waiting because the task is quite tedious, but I believe it's going to pull it off. I believe it's going to pull it off. It takes some time, but it gets to do the work much more better. The reason that's why I'm not using Cursor for our development. I've come to love Google Anti-Gravity, because Google Anti-Gravity is really good. Google Anti-Gravity is really making strides in most of the changes, and they're really making fast updates to the product, which is something that I love. They are updating it. I can say each and every week I get a request to make an to update this IDE, which is quite amazing. And the changes that are being made, they're really good, and I believe it is going to be one of the strongest products out there, because it is backed by a company that is serious, a company that has been around for over 20 years, which is quite amazing. And it's one of the most actually successful tech companies out there. So if Google is running a product, I believe it's one of the products that someone can bank on to improve and become better, because it's already working, it's already building products, it's already being used to really work on amazing products if you really have the skills to work on that. So I believe it's going to continue to be one of the leader products. And the other thing, it's affordable. It's affordable. You won't have to use like so much credits for the first version, because the first payable version of Google Anti-Gravity, it's costs $19.99. The second version, I believe it's around $24. So it's quite affordable. It's quite affordable for me. It's quite affordable, which is something that I take seriously. And with building out very many, I can say, products, you have to really go to a tune of choosing a product that is not really going to constrain you in terms of the tokens, because the tokens are it is like the credits that are burnt out as you're building out various products. Given that you're going to make refinements and all of that, then to knowing that when you choose the right kind of IDE or AI powered IDE to build out with, then it becomes quite important. And that's why I've chosen Google Anti-Gravity, which is amazing for me. So we are still making refinements making these refinements. Creating apps that are really important, apps that are going to help people in a much more better way. With an app that is called Quizzer, which we so it's still making updates, which is quite amazing. So let's wait out for it to make those updates, and then we are going to review them and get to see what it has done, which is quite good. So let's wait for it to make those updates, and then we can review the change. Remember, we're working on this icon feature. We identify that we have 200 plus icons, which is quite a lot. But again, when these icons are being fetched for our itinerary, they're not really icons that are in line with what we want. So the full bodies of these icons need to be mapped out, which is very, very important. The full bodies, the full body designs, and ensure that the icons are quite what we want. What we want, which is important. So what we're waiting for, it is the creation. It is processing some of these icons, and we're waiting for the feedback of what it has done. At times it takes some time. The process is very tedious at times, but of course it is very important to wait out. Some build outs are going to take a very limited amount of time, others are really going to take a very lengthy time, but all in all, you have to wait out and get to view changes as they are done, and then from there you can be able to review, which is quite amazing. It's going to depend on the specific changes that you've made. So it has made the update, but again we still have some errors that we need to look into. So after it has completed, I'm going to really send the errors to the chat, and then I'm going to give instructions on how we can be able to refine that. So with vibe coding, one of the things that you are going to do constantly, it is making refinements. I want you to normalize yourself with making refinements, because sometimes when you're working with LLMs, they don't get the whole picture of what you want. They may not get the full picture of what you really want to build out. And when they don't get the full picture, what you're going to have is that you're going to have to really make refinements, which is important. But what is going to really lessen on the number of refinements that you make, it is mostly going to be it is going to be you having some piece of reference in terms of the code, in terms of the visual layout. So if you really have those, let's say you're going to build a 3 section screen or landing page. If you have references for that, it becomes very easy. You start with the references, and then you can even create sample code for the references, and you pick it, and then you come to Google Anti-Gravity. With that sample code, it becomes very easy for you to put it out, maybe using a framework like Next.js, which is my favorite when it comes to building websites, and then you can be able to refine that. So at times I start with HTML, and then I move to Next.js, which is quite good, but you can understand the point that when you have references, it's much more better. So let's make these refinements for the errors that we've received. Now, after you building out the various recreating the icons and setting them up very well, I have received these errors in the log. So without distorting the functionalities or the changes that we've made already for the requested functionalities app, I want you to refine this syntax logic to ensure that these errors are sorted out very well. I think this comes due to syntax error that we have in our code. So we are going to try and sort it out effectively well to ensure that everything is set out, and then we can be able to subscribe, because we are on a journey to vibe code various apps until when we are going to hit $500,000. We've already made a significant amount, and that we've made from this tool that we are working on, which is quite important. So let's wait for the refinements. We are waiting for these refinements to be made, and then we are going to look at what has been laid out. But if you truly love what you're doing, again, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe as we go on. If you have questions, please, you can go in the chat, stream chat, and then post those questions, which I'll be able to answer them effectively. And subscribing enables you to follow along for the subsequent streams that we are going to be doing, because this is a continuous process that we shall do until when we hit the amount that we've set out for ourselves, which is quite something. But I believe it is necessary for us to build in public, because when we build in public, you get to have a sense of what we are doing. You have a sense of what we are doing, and that is important, that you follow along. And yes, currently we are trying to make refinements to the various icons. We made them, but again we got an error in our code, so we are trying to sort out the error effectively well, and then from there we are going to proceed. We are going to check it out and proceed. This is mostly what you're going to do in vibe coding. Vibe coding involves making iterations. You're going to really refine something, and then it's going to come out. You're going to have to make changes to it. Sometimes you're going to it's going to return errors, and you're going to have to fix the errors. So it is the process, but it is a lovely process. That is all I can tell you. When I started out, it was kind of difficult, because I had to first of all learn the manual part of the coding, and then from that when ChatGPT came along, I tried to transition from doing things manually to explaining the various features that I wanted, but I used to do it in a way of using frameworks like ChatGPT, where you go and you input functionalities that you want, you get the response, then you come back to your IDE. We were back then I was using VS Code, and then you come back to VS Code, you make refinements. It was at times very, very tedious, but again, I can say it is something that gave me a heads up on how you can be able to make refinements, because they are used to even make much more refinements. These tools are even much more better. They have made the job much more simpler, much more better, even when it is a very hectic command like the one that we are working on. Then it also becomes very easy to be broken down into a very simple task. So I believe vibe coding is something that you can be able to do. All you have to do is you just have to start. You start somewhere. You can start somewhere with building out HTML code for the ones that are just starting out. For the ones who are already doing it, you can improve your prompts maybe. Also, you can go for some kind of complicated tasks, which is going to also give you a leeway of building out these elements in a much more better way. But I can tell you, it is a process that you want to really take on and carry along. So let's get this error. So it's improving the process of trailing the tags for our new icons that we've generated, and we are going to review that after it's done. For the ones who have just come to the stream, please subscribe to the stream, and you're going to follow along on how we get to do things. Vibe coding, and the process of how we get to do it is that we build out products that we want with simply giving candid instructions of what we want, and then ensuring that each and everything is built out as per the instructions that we've given. And this is how we do it. The way I execute it is mostly I'm always speaking out instructions, because that is very much more faster than typing them out. If I were typing them out, that would take up a lot of time, but given that I'm speaking them out, that becomes very fast, very easy for me to explain whatever I want to any tool that I'm working with. I'm currently working with various models. When you click on here, you're going to see Gemini. You're going to see Gemini 3.1. You're going to see Gemini Pro, which is the low version, Gemini Flash, Cloud Sonnet 4.6, Cloud Opus, GPT OS. So there are various tools that you can be able to work with when it comes to Google Anti-Gravity, which is quite amazing. It is quite amazing. So let's continue with making the refinements that we are making. So let us run this and try to make the improvements that we need to make. So it's making this complex refinement. At times, it's going to surely take up some time, but it's going to make the refinements as per how you want it. And that is one thing that I love about Google Anti-Gravity. The way it approaches the tasks, it is kind of amazing. And to me, it's going to be one of the best tools out there, because it's one of the latest tools. It hasn't even spent on the market 8 months, and it's already making these strides. And I believe the company that is behind the tool is a very candid company, so they're going to keep on making improvements to it. I know there are people who are building out platforms and they are using tools like Cloud Code and Casa, but when it comes to even the expenses that you are going to spend when you're starting out, you don't really have lots and lots of money to spend on tokens. Believe me, coding really takes up tokens, and you're going to have to make payments when you're using different tools. But when it comes to Google Anti-Gravity, at least yes, you're going to make the payments, but it's affordable. If you know what you're doing, you can be able to ship a very simple app within a month when you've just paid 19.99 cents of the first version that you pay for this particular tool. So for this, I think we've made the refinement. What you're going to do, you're going to insert this, make a request. So we are getting this error, and with this error we are not able to view our app. So can you fix it so that we are able to view the app very properly, and ensure that as you fix up, you do not tamper with the logic that has been set out in the various code snippets that are related to what are related to the issues that are bringing up the error. Just fix the error without tampering with the main logic of these code snippets. So let's continue. Okay, let's continue. With making these refinements, and then we can be able to review what is what we have worked on. So what we are refining is that we've made changes to the travel icons for the travel itinerary. What we wanted these icons to be the exact kind of icons that are set out for the various animals and the various wildlife and nature that we have in our app, which is important. It's very important to have the right kind of icons, which is what we've refined and what we are working on in terms of the refinements. So it's inspecting the file. We are getting syntax errors. It's inspecting the file. So let's accept it to run the updates and so that we can be able to refine. Given that we have over 200 icons, I think we are getting errors in terms of the lists that we are making for these icons and how they are listed out. So that is what we are getting in terms of this TS file. So let's wait for it to work on it, and then we can review those changes. So this is a new update of 3.1 that you're working with. So we want to see how strong it is in terms of mostly fixing errors and ensuring that it can really give us the output that we want. It's the latest one, but I normally use Gemini Flash, which I've used ever since Google Anti-Gravity was launched. Gemini Flash has been good, but also the update is good. So let's see how it gets to execute this because this was a very tedious task. It was something huge, so we were looking to redesign the icons, which were many. They were up to 200 icons. That is a lot. It's a lot, and it has refined it, but we are getting errors in terms of how the information is laid out. So this is the information that we are trying to refine. When you look at these icons, there are very many. So very many. We have carnivores, we have predators, and this is important. The reason that's why I'm working on this is because when you're building out a tool like an itinerary builder, it needs to have these are important. They're important pieces of the builder itself, because you're going to pick them out and display them on the itineraries, because remember, the itineraries are sent out to the clients to review and make an informed decision whether they are going to make payments to that particular Safari company. So if they have a tool that is candid to even have these icons laid out for specific activities, then it's very amazing. So that is what we are working on. We are refining those icons to ensure that, first of all, they are the right ones, but also, most importantly, to ensure that they are designed very well. And the refinement that we've made is the one that has really brought up the error that you are getting, but we are working to solve it, and then we can continue with each and everything. So let's wait out. I think it has solved it, so we are going to be able to review. Just make refinements. So that is quite good. So someone asked which app I'm building. Well, I'm working on it's a tour app. It's a tour automation tool where people can be able to build out things like itineraries for their clients, and they can set be able to track emails. They can do costing for those trips. They can even review the trips that are ongoing for their companies. So that is the tool that I'm building out. So it is still processing, and we're going to wait out. And then we get to review the changes. I think it is completing, but we are still getting the errors in terms of so this is well, for the preview, I'm not able to review the full images of the icons for some of these, so I'm going to fix that. And it's still running, so let's wait out. Yes, I'm seeing these icons, but they are not, the images are not full, so that we will have to refine. But let's wait for the whole build to complete, and then we are going to review that.
Every day.
So we're still waiting for the completion of the refinement. So this is what we are working on. Meanwhile, I can be able to view this and look at these icons. I think it's completing the update, but I think we will have to make some refinements. Here, I'm finding it hard to view the full image of the icons. They are being cut out. I think they have been generated, but they are being cut out, which is not good. So we need to refine that effectively well. So it has completed. Let's give another instruction. Let's fix the errors. Now, thank you for the refinement that you've made. Now, what we are going to look at. Thank you for the refinement that you've made. Now, what we are going to look at is to ensure that these icons are displayed with their full bodies in the detailed view page. Currently, they are displayed, but they are being cut out. Some part of it on the left hand side of the icons, rather on the right hand side of the icons, is being cut out. So we need to ensure that when these icons are fetched and displayed on a particular itinerary, the full body of that icon is displayed. So let's fix that in the itinerary detail to ensure that the display is full and the full icon is displaced, is rather displayed. So this is what I'm trying to work on, because currently what is displayed is a bit of the icons we build them out very well. And now we need to ensure that they are displayed the way that we need to display them. Which is quite important. So we're going to wait for Google Anti-Gravity to work it out. For the people who are watching the stream, please, I'm going to call upon you. If you love what we are doing, please subscribe. We're working on a tour automation platform, and I believe the changes that we are making are going to be very crucial. It has an itinerary builder. So when you go to the build and you build out, this is the detailed view that you get to see for the items. We're just making refinements. These icons are not being displayed the way we want them. So we want them to be displayed very well. Which is important. So we need to ensure that they are displayed effectively well. So some are being displayed. We're going to increase on the icon size, but we're also going to ensure that all of them are displayed. Now, currently, I get to view some, like the lion, the elephant, then things like the zebra, cheetah, African eagle. I'm not able to view those icons. We are going to also fix that. We're going to fix that. Let's put in a request. And so now what I've noticed is that when it comes to the icons, some of them are displayed in full. They're being displayed well, but some are not being fetched. Icons like the elephant, the lion are being displayed, but other icons are not being fetched and displayed. So I want you to ensure that first of all, you increase the size of the icons on the detailed itinerary detailed preview. Increase the size of the icons, but also ensure that all icons are fetched and displayed. You can be able to do this without making any other change. We are not recreating the icons. We are simply just trying to ensure that they are all fetched. That if a certain icon has been placed on a particular day, then it has to be able to display very well, which is would be a better practice for this detailed view and for the user to be able to view these icons. Also, you're going to increase on the size of the icons, to ensure that they are very visible. So currently we are viewing some icons, others we are not able to view them, so that is why I'm trying to fix it and ensure that it's kind of enlarged. Let's run this. Let's continue with making this refinement. What we want these icons to come up, but again yeah, sizes, some of the sizes are being decreased, some are very I think we are going to do this using we're going to switch to let's get a reference image as it's working. Let's get a reference image here. Now, according to the observation that I've made with the changes that you've made, the sizes of the various icons is not consistent. Full stop. The other change that I've noticed that some of these icons are not being fetched. We need to ensure that for each selected icon, if it has been attached to a particular day, it has to appear. So you need to have the same systematic way of fetching these icons and ensuring that they are displayed, which is a better practice of fetching each icon and displaying it as desired by the user. Full stop. I've given you a reference image on the desirable size of the icons. Look at that reference image. Look at the sizes of the icons in that reference image, and ensure that this issue of the icon size is set out. For them to be systematically displayed, they need to be the same. They need to be big and visible, but also you need to ensure that the layout of these icons allows, or the logic for fetching the icons in the travel icon display allows you to fetch each and every icon. Currently, some icons are being fetched, some are big, others are not fetched. So we need to have a standardized way of fetching the icons first of all, and then displaying them in the very same sizes, so that they are systematic in terms of how they are displayed. So as a senior engineer, I want you to look into that. Look into, first of all, the problem of us having inconsistencies in some icons appearing and others not appearing. Then look into the issue of inconsistencies in terms of sizes, where other icons are very huge and others are very tiny, and then standardize that into something very systematic in terms of fetching them all and then displaying them in the very same sizes. For the display and the sizes, you can look at the reference image that I've given you and be able to review that effectively. Let's proceed with this plan, and then we can get to review those changes. Currently, we aren't having a systematic approach to fetching the icons, which is something that I want us to have. It has to be systematic, because If some are fetched and others are not fetched, others are huge, some are small, just like this giraffe. The lion is currently a bit small. Then this one, the icon for Safari Game Drive is very small. So we need to have a systematic way of displaying them. It is very, very important. It's still working. I've switched the model. I've switched to Cloud Sonnet because I believe Cloud Sonnet has the capability to give us a better response in terms of the backend logic. At times, even when you're working with Gemini, Gemini is not really going to get what you are working on. You can make attempts a few times and then you don't get exactly what you want. But Cloud Sonnet is very good when it comes to understanding the logic and context of what it's working on. Let's try to review.
Water for the mountain, see as they flow. The fire start to burn deep inside. The table start to turn for my side. Yeah. I'ma see my levels now. Joy come like morning sun.
Let's go back here. And continue with the flash. So I think it has completed the refinement. Well, the icons are huge, and they are huge, but it's missing out on a point. I wanted it to fetch. I want these icons to be of the same sizes. Currently, the sizes are not being captured very well. So I think we are going to refine that. Let's try to use Opus for this functionality. Now, the functionality that we wanted to capture is to ensure that all our icons are visible. Currently, some of the icons are being left out. The other thing that we also wanted to have is to ensure that the icon sizes, it is very important for these icons to have the same sizes. Currently, they don't have the same sizes. So we need to fix that to ensure that they have the same sizes. That is very important. It's very important to have them have the same sizes of the icons. The other thing that we are going to work on is to ensure that the display of the names of the icons, we need to use a subtitle context of displaying those names. They are currently very huge. We are going to decrease on the text size and ensure that the display is laid out very well. I'm going to give you a reference image, and when I give you that reference image, you should look at it. Look at how these icons are displayed. I want you to replicate that kind of display when it comes to our icons. So I think when it comes to the reference image, what I'm going to do, I'm currently not able to reference this, so I'm going to pick it from here. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to take it in our folder. I'll reference it from there, the public So in this folder that I've referenced, there is a reference image that you can look at and be able to get access to the file that is in this reference image. Look at it and see how the icons are displayed and be able to replicate that very well when it comes to the requested functionalities that we put out in this request. So I'm making refinements to how these icons are looking. They are currently not coming out the way we want them. So we are refining them to ensure that they are set out very well. So let me experiment here with this. So let's wait for that refinement to be made. It is still working. For the ones who have just joined us, we are making refinements to our automation platform. And if you love the content that we put out, please don't hesitate to subscribe to the channel, because we are going to be doing this until when we build out platforms that hit $500,000 in revenue, and that we are going to do in public. We've decided to do this in public because we believe there are very many people who want to learn a thing or two about how we go about the process. Yes, it is something that is really enjoyable if you learn the challenges that you can if you learn how you can be able to deal with the various challenges, and you keep on building your problem solving skills which is quite the necessary skill that you can use to build out these elements. But I believe it is something that you want to be a part of. So if you love to be a part of our journey, which is a humble journey, please subscribe to the channel, and we get to move systematically. So let's refine these cards. The colors are still transparent, so we're going to remove that transparent effect for the email cards. Let them be normal. Let's go to the tracking. Okay. We are going to refine the emails page. First of all, we are going to change the background of this page to just adapt a simple full color. We need to take reference from the tracking screen with its background color and use that for our emails page. We are also going to ensure that we remove the transparent effect on the cards on the email screen and ensure that this is set out very well to have a solid white background for the cards, and ensure that the image background from the emails screen has been removed. Adopt the same kind of background color that we have for the tracking screen and use it for the email screen. As you're making these changes, do not tamper with any other logic that we have in our app. Just make these simple changes and then we can be able to review them after that. So let's use a Cloud Sonnet for this.
Touch the top, feel the heat, never stop. Chop life, we don't arrive. Long drum, make we come alive. Whoa, long drum, we come alive. Money talk, we know they speak. We find a fire, we see. Magnet pull, we move fast.
So he's working on that. We're going to wait out, because currently we had you have a background here which has an image. I'm going to remove that because it's blurring out the information. The information is very important. So if it's blurring out the information, then I feel like we can do away with the background of the image. I'm going to return it to the initial background. Yes, I wanted that kind of background because it's simple. It's simple. The cards are very viewable. Someone can view the cards and they can be able to amazing. I'm also going to change a few elements when it comes to the colors. I see we have most of the buttons that we have here have that dark blue color. So for all the elements that are having the dark blue color, we are going to refine that and change it. But let's wait out for this refinement to be made. I think it has already been made. Let's make another one. So now on this specific screen, we are going to ensure that for all the elements that have a dark blue color, we are going to refine them to use the dark color. Also, I've seen that for the save link button, it has a green color. We are also going to change it to the dark color. Let's make these refinements for the buttons and all the elements as the instructions have been given. And as you're making the changes, do not tamper with any other logic on this screen or in the full context of our app that is not related to the request that we are logging in currently. Only focus on making refinements for these specific requests that have been made. I think we have a request, so let's go and check it out. Let's approve this. Let's allow our agent to run these requests. Then we can have a let's use Gemini and we continue. So we're making refinements to this screen. We had an image background which we have refined, and we're using just a solid color background, which is quite good, but we've also refined these elements that had that blue kind of color. This is what we have in terms of the update. So this screen, that is how it works. Someone can be able to track a specific screen, and then when they get responses to it, they can update the status. If let's say client wants say client wants invoice then when you click here, it goes to pending. So it depends on how you've set out the emails that you are tracking. Makes the work kind of easier and much more better. The other thing when it comes to tracking an email, we wanted to attach a specific itinerary to it. So I think we can input that logic. Let's wait out for the walkthrough to be finalized, and then after that we're going to make a further refinement. If you love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to the channel so that you can follow the journey. The journey is, it's a very exciting journey, that's all I can say. It is exciting, it is good. So if you love the content that we are putting out, please follow along, like this stream, subscribe, comment, and I believe you're going to learn a thing or two in our journey, because as we continue to build out these apps, we review the whole process of how we do it simply, and how we interact with the coding IDE that we are using, which is Google Anti-Gravity. So we have chosen Google Anti-Gravity because it's kind of strong, and the responses that we get when we are using it, it's amazing. It's amazing. So if you love what we do, please subscribe to Stream Effectively. So we're waiting for this refinement to finish off, and then we get to make another refinement. Remember, when it comes to Google Anti-Gravity, you're always going to get implementation plans. When you put in a request, you get an implementation plan, and when you approve it, the agents go on to implement whatever request that you've made to your code base, and then after it finishes, it creates a walkthrough file, something that is going to walk you through the changes that have been made, which is amazing. It's good for me, because with that process, you are able to follow along with whatever changes that you've made, which is fine to me. The walkthrough is one of the most important things, because I get to review what I have made in terms of the changes, and then I get to know what has been done right or what has not been done right, to reprompt or either to move on to another feature that I can work on promptly. So that is very important. It's, for me, one of the best tools. For the ones that who haven't really tried it out, I'm going to call upon you. You can try out Google Anti-Gravity. It is simple. You can start with simple tools. You can start with maybe a single page website where you can be able to have a few sections, and you try out to make the refinements. And I believe with that kind of approach, it's going to even be much more better. Going to be much more better. But I love the process of how it does it. So now what we are going to do next, given that that is done, that is it's going to be much more better for you to go along with that. Now what we are going to do, this is our email tracker, but we have our itineraries laid out here. So we are going to fix it, and attach the itineraries to this email so that we get to know for which itinerary we are doing the email inquiry for. So let's attach that. Now when it comes to the email input form, we need to add a field where we attach a particular itinerary that has been set out to a specific email tracking form. This is important for users to know the specific kind of itinerary that they are trying to track in terms of the specific kind of itinerary they are trying to track in terms of so they get to know the specific itinerary they are tracking in terms of the email inquiry that has come in or that is outgoing. That is very important to know and follow along. Yeah. So let's wait for the process. We have the implementation plan. This is how it's going to update it. We can proceed with this and then we get through. I think it's making the refinements, so let's go here. So we want to link it here. I think it has already set out this, but it's still finalizing on the functionality. So let's wait out and then we test it. So it's making compilations of whatever functionality that it has refined. The functionality that we were working on, we were linking these itineraries that we already have in our itinerary builder to be fetched here, so that we can be able to select it. And let's say it's an incoming email, and then it's we can say inquiry, and then so we tag it to a person, and tag it to a person. Maybe we have an email link, so let me get a link of an email, any link. I'm just going to pick any link. Let's say this is the link that we've received. I just want to get a link of that email. So here we can say add tracker. When we add it, here it is, Jimena Sanchez, and it's coming with a tag of that specific name of the Safari, which is quite amazing. I'm going to add in something that's else besides the tag of that. I'm going to add in that yes, so it's cancel. So we're going to make refinements here. So these are some of the errors that we've received when we made the last refinement and adding in the feature of tagging the emails, the itineraries to our email trackers. So we need to refine these so that they are resolved and that every functionality works out very well. So let's make refinements to these errors. They're springing up, but we need to refine that. Now that we've added this tag to these entries, we're also going to add the tracking number, well, the tracking ID that we have. Which is this. So for each trip, there is a tracking ID that it has. a trip ID rather. So we are going to also add the trip ID there for better identification to the form. Rather, when a certain itinerary is fetched, then we need to have that set out. First of all, let's resolve these errors, and then we continue. So I'm trying to solve these two errors that you're receiving. Which is a good practice. So after that, we're going to proceed to another functionality. What we want to ensure that the tags of these scripts are, when we add an email tracker, they are tracked with the trip ID, which is important. It's taking up so much time. We are going to repaste these errors and make a new request. Can you please resolve these errors without distorting the logic that we have in our app? I think we are working on them effectively. Well, at times the LLMs don't get it right. That's why I had to request that refinement. It was working, but again, it was not resolving the problem, which it is doing now. So I think from here we shall be able to proceed. Effectively. So it has been resolved. So after this, we are going to proceed effectively. So this is what we are going to do after. This is the tag that we receive. We've attached the itineraries to this particular requests. So this is the tag that we are receiving. What I'm going to have is to ensure that the trip ID number is also fetched, because it's very important. That number is important to ensure that for each and every trip you can attach to it, so that even when you are searching out, you can just input that trip ID number, and then you can get information about that particular email that you worked upon, even if it's months ago or even if it's years ago. When you have it in the system, then with the search tool you can be able to search and get corresponding emails that align with that trip code, which is quite important. So that is the next feature that we are going to work on. So let's log in the request. So now when it comes to the linked itineraries, what we want to have, I've seen that when we add when we add a new entry for tracking emails, the cards have been tagged with that specific itinerary. But what we would want to also add the trip ID number, and with the trip ID number we have it in our logic of building the itinerary and of the build out itineraries. So that number is very essential to allow users to identify emails that correspond to a particular itinerary. So the trip ID number is a code that is essential to allow users to track a particular itinerary. So we need to add it to we need to ensure that when users select a particular itinerary, then in the displayed cards that trip ID number has to show for that specific email, or rather for that specific trip that has been tagged to. The specific itinerary that has been tagged to a particular email. And with that sense, we also we are going to add it into the search logic over the email screen. This logic, we need to ensure that people can search by this code and find these emails, but also we need to add a logic to search by the title of the tracked email, and also search by the name of the itinerary, which is quite a good practice. So we need to add these functionalities to our email screen logic.
Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people, they shout my name, oh, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you. Make we bargain, make we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, my head. Oh. Out for balance. Sweat they run for my skin. I carry my load, I carry my load. Then I see you for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain. Come on, you fine. Don't even look my side, just the price the dry fish. I stand there like messenger. I forget waiting, I come by. I forget, oh, baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people, they shout my name, oh, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you. Make we bargain, make we talk.
So we have the implementation plan. We're going to proceed and let's look at what it's going to update. It has identified the data and the logic flow for the code, so it's going to add that. Let's proceed.
But your voice be like song. Last price, last price. Yeah.
So what we're doing, we're making an update to this form so that when we link a particular itinerary, so that when we link a particular itinerary to it, it becomes very easy. For us to I think it has completed, so we can check it out. Yeah, this is good. Let me see if I can search with so let's continue. Let's continue. Whether this, I think the logic for this has been set out very well. But what you are going to do, I've identified some errors that we are receiving. So we are going to select these errors and then we resolve them. So I'm going to select one by one. So that is the first one. Let's go back. Okay. So this is the third one. And then we are going to put in a request. So the above are the various errors that I'm receiving when I open the costing email without changing the logic for our costing screen. Can you resolve these errors effectively, please? And as you are resolving them, ensure that you do not tamper with our already set up logic for this screen and for other elements in our full context of the app. And so you're trying to resolve errors that you are getting on this screen, which have been persistent. So this is our costing screen. When you add figures to it, it expands. So I think it has been fixed. So let's continue. And for this screen, we are going to introduce another. Actually, we are going to have this reservation board as one of the screens, but we are going to introduce a toggle switcher for it and create a new page. Now for this screen, what we are going to do, we are going to introduce a tab switcher, and this tab switcher is going to have two screens, and that we are going to do for the reservations screen. We are going to introduce a new we are introducing a tab switcher on the reservations screen. Now this is going to have two elements. It's going to have two screens. The reservations board, the current screen, and we are also going to have the internal or the internal reservations tab. Now this tab for the internal reservations, we are going to set out this screen. This screen is going to be able to allow us track the various elements that we've reserved for that particular trip, and that means we are going to tag each entry so for this screen we are going to ensure that we tag each we make entries of reservations for a particular trip. That means for each entry we are going to tag it to an itinerary, and then below that we shall have columns of the elements that we have reserved, and for the reserved ones we can have a tag of fully reserved when that element has been fully reserved. For the ones that have not been reserved yet, we can say not reserved yet, and also we should have a tag for payments, and we indicate if an item has already been paid. We are also going to have a tag for the cost, reservation cost, where we can be able to track whether a certain item was paid for. And if there is an email that corresponds to that, we shall also have a field where we shall enter that the link of that email and save it so that someone can be able to follow along. So for a particular trip, under it we can be able to have various entries of the items that we are making reservations for, which is a very good practice for someone to be able to follow along and track all the various reservations that they are supposed to make for a particular elements. The things that are mostly reserved for, we shall be able to also ensure that they are tracked under a particular email, and that will be tagged to the trip or the itinerary, and that will also be done with tracking the name of that itinerary and the trip ID as per the logic of the itinerary. So we need to add that screen so that we can be able to switch from the itinerary reservation screen to the reservation board, which the reservation board is the current screen that we have. The itinerary reservations is the one that we are going to build out. So can you work on that functionality and ensure that it is set out very well? So this is the current screen that we have. What we are building out, we are building another screen that has two tabs, which I believe are essential. So that is what we are building out to ensure that each and everything is set out very well. So we are trying to refine that and get a tab switcher for this, so that we can be able to have entries for tracking reservations for clients, for tracking reservations for clients. Who are making payments, but also track reservations after they have made payments for the things that this specific tour company is going to pay out. Oh, and this is very doable with our Vibe Coding IDE. So we've received an implementation plan. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Manake ndipo tutamaliza. So let's wait out for this refinement to be made. And then we can review the changes. So he's still making the refinements. We are going to review them after. Because we are building a new page, we wanted a toggle system where we can be able to track whatever is going on effectively. So let's wait for that refinement and then we'll review it. So let's wait for this functionality that we are working on. Remember, we are working on the toggle switch for the reservations board screen and the internal reservations. We are trying to separate the reservations for this, given that there are reservations that you're going to track when you're dealing with clients who are incoming, and then there are reservations that you're going to do when you've received the funds and you are paying out various service providers to provide you services like for lodges and for trips and permits and everything. So the combination of these two is very essential. So it is what we are working on. So I think we are starting to resolve the error. We're starting to resolve the error. So this is what we've input. It's rolling, but we still have some errors that existed, so we are going to wait for it to work on them. I think the errors have been resolved, so I'm going to wait for it to accomplish the whole process, and then we can review what we've worked on. If you love the content that we put out, I'm going to ask you humbly, please subscribe to the channel, because you will get access to the upcoming streams that we are going to do, and for each stream we are going to ensure that you have a better experience than the one that you've had in the previous one. So for that, please subscribe to the channel so that you can follow along and also follow our journey as we get to build these apps. So let's look at the logic that has been made. So this is the screen that we've just added. So you want to check out how it operates and functions. So let's say we say pending, unpaid, and we say $850. Let's say this was the email reservation contacts. Let's say these are this is how our entry looks. So let's enter another entry and we see. Let's say if it's fully paid, fully reserved and paid. We see. It's a lodge, and we enter. Let's save it and see. So for the ones that are paid, so this is how it looks. I think we are going to make a few refinements. Before we do that, let's first resolve these errors that we are getting currently. So we are receiving 3 errors. Well, the screen is viewable, but we need to still get to resolve errors. When I normally get errors on the screens when I'm working on an element and it has not been reflected in the terminal, I copy these errors and bring them to the chart here, and then the agent can look at it and resolve it promptly. That is a very good practice because remember, when you're working with mostly Next.js, which is returns errors if there are errors in what you've built out, then it's a better practice, can be able to refine them effectively well. So you're going to say Now for the functionality that we've just worked on, please, I want you to look into these errors that we are getting for the reservation boards screen that we've just refined to add a tap switcher. Resolve them effectively without distorting any logic and functionality on this screen, on the new functionalities that we've just set out, but also without distorting the entire context and logic of the entire app. So let's resolve them and then we continue. Screen that we've just refined and to add a tap switcher. Resolve them effectively without distorting any logic and functionality on this screen, on the new functionalities that we've just set out, but also without distorting the entire context and logic of the entire app. So we are resolving some errors that we have, even by the fact that our element works out very well, but we are still resolving these errors to ensure that everything is set out very well. So this is a functionality that we've been working on. So we connected our itinerary builder to ensure that for any itinerary that we select, the elements are laid out very well. So if you make reservations for a particular itinerary, it becomes easy. So what we have is that when you select here any itinerary, you can be able to add various items that you've reserved for that particular itinerary, which is quite fine. By the display, I think we can refine it, because I think the way these elements are laid out, it's good, but when we select a particular itinerary, we would love to have these entries in terms of like cards. Let's say we have this select element, but also have various cards displayed here. So first of all, let's fix the column element. In terms of the reservation items, I've noticed a few elements that we can fix. When it comes to the how the texts are laid out, texts for the title of the column and the elements, I want you to So
Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you shout my name, but I only see your
to refer to the itinerary builder and how its columns are.
they run for my carry my load, I carry my bag, then I see for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain. You don't even look my side, just the price the dry fish. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting I
So you're going to refer to the itinerary build on how the elements are laid out in terms of the sizes of the texts for these columns and for other elements. And also you're going to ensure that when it comes to the email tab, you need to ensure that even when we enter the full link of the email, the full link should not be displayed in the column. So you are just going to display a button that houses that link, so that when that button is clicked, it redirects to that specific email. The color of the button should be black, and the text should be white. I want you to refer to the color buttons and the set out of the itinerary builder screen, and then you can be able to also build these forms to look in the same way, and also for the titles of the texts and the sizes of the texts to be the same.
price no be the issue. Just talk to me. Lagos market too loud, but your voice be like song. Last price, last price. Yeah.
So what we are trying to refine is the look of these columns. And this is quite important. And after that, refining that, we shall be going to another element of further refining this screen, because the sizes of the text, some are huge, very huge, and they're kind of distorted. So we are making changes to that, and then we are going to review. So let's add in some other columns. I think it's still working. After that, we're going to add in some other columns. For this specific screen. Now what we are going to do, what we are going to have, we are going to add other columns to the internal reservations screen. Currently, when we make an entry for an item, we have the amount column. Now what we are going to add, we are going to add another column for the unit cost of a certain item, and then we are going to add another column for a number of items, which is quite important. And then with computations, the number of items times multiply, rather number of items multiply by the unit cost, then we shall be getting the amount. We are also going to add the column for the notes to allow the people who are making these entries to add notes to that particular item, which is very important. Full stop. We can also add another column for, actually for the entry form, we are going to add an upload feature to add documents, to upload documents in terms of images and documents that are related to that particular payment. And in the column, we are going to call that we're going to call that receipts. We're going to add a receipts column still to ensure that when someone clicks on that, they can either view that document or that email that is related to that particular entry. That is a better practice to track what was paid for and for how much, which is better. Full stop. Full stop. The other functionality that we are going to have, when you look at when you switch on the board side of the reservations and you look at how the entries or the cards that we have, the reservation cards that we have, we need to have the same kind of cards here. Let's say a new itinerary has been selected and elements under it, new items have been put under it, then that means that card will be stored in our internal reservations and it will display. So when this card is clicked, that is when these columns under it get to show the various entries that were made for various items. So that kind of organization is much more better, so that for any particular itinerary where items are entered, reservation items are entered under it, its specific card is stored. And then that card must have details of the trip number, the trip name, and other items that are related to the internal reservations that have been made. So let's make that refinement in our code. So I've added several columns to this, but I've also refined the way these entries are going to look. So let's wait out for that refinement.
I follow my own leg. No be person lead me go.
Choose your language and start learning.
See as I dey flow. The fire start to burn deep inside. The tables start to turn for my side. I'ma see my levels now. Joy come like morning sun. Yeah. We dey chop life every day. My race I don't win now. Yeah. Them say I no go make am.
So let's continue with these refinements that we are making for ensuring that we add columns to the internal reservations to ensure that a particular entry has specific elements that are detail what was paid for or what will be paid for. And then we also refine the look of the cards, which is quite important.
My race I don't win now. Yeah. I find my way. Sweet life every day. No more walking for the dark. We just dey fly. Everything's soft now. Everything's said. Everything's said.
So this is a screen to which we are making changes. I think it's still working. After that, we're going to review. The changes are underway, so we're going to wait out for these changes to come in effect. Then after that, we shall review what is being done. So this is what we wanted. What is something like this? But let's wait for it to finish up. I think it has finished up, so let's try to make an entry here. So let's add the funds. So let's say it was okay. Let's bring a link for the email and copy it here, attach it here. And let's save this item and view it. I think when it comes to the columns, we needed to have a separate entries. I don't see the column for the notes. I don't see the column for the status, reservation status. For the status, that is supposed to be the reservation. For the payment, it is supposed to be a different column. Let's refine columns. Now, what you are going to do when it comes to the columns for this, I've noticed something. When it comes to the status, that is supposed to be the column for the reservation status, and then for the payments, let's make it a separate column, and we need to have a separate column. Then the column for the notes is missing. It is not being shown when the entry is made. Also, the column for the unit cost and for the frequency, these columns have not been added to the entry. Yes, in the entry form they have been added, but when the entry is made, the columns are not shown. So we need to show them effectively. So we need to add these columns, the ones that are missing, but also we need to ensure that all the new columns that have been entered on the form, they are shown in the column. But also the consistency in the sizes of the texts when it comes to the entries that have been made in the columns, when they are displayed, they need to be consistent. Currently, the sizes of the fonts are different. Some elements are huge, some are small, so we need to have consistency when it comes to the display of these elements on the various items when they are displayed after a certain item has been saved. Can we refine this? So what I'm trying to do is that these columns they are not organized well, and the fonts are not aligning. So I'm trying to make refinements to that. Google Anti-Gravity has already finished with the implementation plan, so let's proceed. This is what I love about it, because you have the implementation plan and then you can implement it and be able to review what you've made. So this is a full reservation system. With this board, with the board, you can be able to track reservations from clients that are coming in and how they are paying and whatever. But with the itinerary, you can be able to track reservations of already paid trips. And with this, you can be able to tag various items if they have been paid. And the various details and so this is what we are trying to refine, to add various columns to. Them to ensure that everything is set out very well. And for those who have just joined the stream, if you really love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. We are on the quest of building vibe coding apps until when we hit a revenue tune of $500,000. So if you want to be part of this journey, please join. On the journey, what you're going to learn when you subscribe, you're going to learn the way we do things easily, how we get to vibe code different functionalities, simple, complex. You're going to learn how we vibe code them, because the process, I believe, it is simple and adoptable. It is something that someone can learn. And as we go about this, you're going to see how the process is done, which is quite simple. And you can follow along. Now, the elements that we wanted for the quantity and everything has they've been laid out very well, but they are kind of compact within one place. So we want to stretch them from end to end of the card, but I think it has forgotten another column that is supposed to be here, the column for the uploads. So let's make those refinements too. So it is still making editing the walkthrough. After that, we are going to further refine these elements to ensure that they are stretched out from end to end. Now, when it comes to the elements and the columns in the breakdown card, we need to ensure that they are spread out. Currently, the columns are compact in one place. We need to ensure that they are spread out from end to end of the extreme right and the extreme left of the breakdown card. We need to ensure that they are spread out. The other column that we are going to add, it is the upload column. So if this needs to have a button for someone to check if there is an uploaded file for that specific element, then they will be able to view the card when they click on the button. If there isn't, then it is going to return text, notification text that there is no upload for that specific entry. But we also need to ensure that when we enter any let's say image and we click on this button, it can be able to display these elements, all of them. If there are different entries, then a user can be able to view different entries. So let's work on that functionality. So let's continue. It's drafting the implementation plan. And then I think we already have the implementation plan. We are going to proceed. So let's wait for the refinements, then we are going to review them. And yeah, we wanted these elements to be spread out. Now we have I think it has put the refinements were made, so it was redirecting to this Let's go back. I think I want to separate these uploads with the email column. The email column needs to be separate. So let's go there. I want to separate it, but I'm going to wait for it to finish up, and then I separate it. And let's meanwhile, as it is finishing up, let's make another entry. This one we're going to set fully reserved or paid. So let me copy this link and sample link for the email and put it here. And save out. So this is how it looks for the one that was paid. So that is good, but when it comes to, let me try to edit this, add some notes. And save. I want to view how these notes appear. Well, they're not appearing in a very desirable way. We are going to change the size of the text, but also we are going to separate these columns, the docs column for the documents and for the email. So let's log in a request. So now what you're going to do, you're going to separate we're going to separate the email column with other uploads of the documents. the email should be displayed, the email column should be displayed along with its own button, but also the document columns should be separated. It should be a standalone column with its own button still, and we separate them. But also we need to ensure that when it comes to the notes column, the details of the notes, the fonts themselves, we need to refine them to be of the same size as the fonts for the other entries that we've put in. So we are trying to refine these columns and ensure that everything is set out very well. So what I'm trying to update is to ensure that we separate this uploads column from other entries, which is the documents. These uploads the email tab needs to be alone, but also the document column needs to be alone. So that is the refinements that we are making. Currently, we already have the implementation plan. So let's proceed with this. And also we are going to refine the size of the other elements that we have. If you're enjoying the content that we put out, please, I'm going to call upon you again, subscribe to our stream. And also, if you have any queries, you can be able to log them into the chat, and we can be able to answer them. When you subscribe, you're going to have full access to our upcoming streams. And that is important for you to follow along on our journey of coding out several elements until when we hit a tune of $500,000. But you subscribing is being part of the journey, and we appreciate the time that you are spending to watching and everything. So let's wait for this functionality to be set out. It has been separated. I think what we are going to do, we are going to ensure that everything is set out, and the refinement has been completed. We review and then we continue.
Sweet life every day. No more walking for the dark. We justify
Hey, bring yours. Huh? Yeah.
So let's wait for the set out of the elements. We can review that. So these are mostly the entries that we have for our itineraries. This is the number of the itineraries that we made as entries. So the logic is that we are fetching these itineraries and displaying them here in our reservations, and under them we can be able to add items that we've already reserved or paid for. That is a better practice. So for each itinerary, under it there are items that have been reserved, and the statuses of the reservation, if they have been paid or if they have been partially paid. So it's a better practice. It's a better practice of knowing what someone needs to pay for and when they need to pay for it, which is also an important tool or part of the reservation process. So basically the tool that we are working on is a complete tour management tool. It enables people to manage tours by creating itineraries, tracking communications with clients, costing out emails, tracking safaris. It's a complete tool, and the tool that we've used to make this is called Google Anti-Gravity, which is one of the strongest tools that you can ever have. Which is set out in a much more better way. So we've made this refinement. We wanted this to have this the texts here. I think we need to work on that. The text under note has not been the font of the text has not been decreased, but also when it comes to this open email card, we need to ensure that the text only takes up one line and it's aligned in the center of that column. Let's just make a few refinements here, and then we view them and we proceed. So when it comes to this screen, we are going to refine a few things. The email column, we need to ensure that this column is set out very well. To have the open email card text be laid out on a single line, and to ensure that these cards are aligned in the center from the right to the left of the column. So the other functionality that we are going to make when it comes to the notes column, with this column we're going to ensure that the sizes of the texts for the notes is the same as the sizes of the texts for the reservation entries, and also we need to ensure that it's aligned very well from end to end of that specific column. So let's make those refinements very quick, and do not distort any other logic on this screen or the full context of the app when you're making these refinements. The reason as to why I really speak out the refinements is that you're going to have to make very many refinements. So when you speak out, it becomes very easy for you to speed up, but at the same time make the refinements quickly as you go on, because it's very hard based on the logic of the tools and how they can code out screens. It's very hard to just make a one shot for each and every screen. The functionalities matter. When the functionalities are many, then you're going to be making refinements, and that is why I really speak out the instructions. If you love the content that we put out, please subscribe to the channel, and with that you will be able to get access to different kinds of live streams that we are going to be making on our journey or on our quest to develop apps until when we make $500,000. Currently we have already made 379, which is already the income that we've made for the tools that we've developed, mostly for people, but also making internal apps. So we are going to have another stream today, later in the day, and with that we are going to be showing you the website that we are making for our app that was already developed. That one we are going to have it also, as we will be making the final refinements to the website, which is also something good. And if you really love what we put out, it is very essential that you never miss out on the upcoming streams, so you can subscribe and get to have enjoy this experience as we are building out these tools on the quest of earning $500,000 with only vibe coded apps. The apps that we are talking about web apps, but also we are in the process of launching our first mobile app on the store, which is an exciting journey. 90% of the code has been done for the app, and now for the website, it is what we are going to be refining the last details in the evening, and then we shall be taking you through the process of uploading this app, and then waiting out on the feedback from the store, what they will be telling us. If they approve us, we are going to show you the approvals and the process, and we're going to go through the whole journey. But if you love it, please subscribe and get access to it, because that is the freest thing that you can do for the channel, and it helps us to reach out to even more people in this journey, and also share the information that we have in terms of vibe coding. So it's still making refinements. Let's wait for them.
Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song.
Yes, Lord, and
My name, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you, make we bargain, make we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, oh. Sun hot for Balogun today. Sweat they run for my skin. I carry my load, I carry my bag. Then I see you for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain. Come on, you fine. You don't even look my side, just the price the dry fish. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting, I come by. I forget, oh. Baby, tell me your last price. See the way you move for this song. Market people, they shout my name, oh.
So I think let's go back because these changes were not made. Let's go back and use let's use Gemini Pro. Let's wait for it to load, and then we are going to redo this functionality with 3.1 Gemini Pro, because the first time we were making it with Gemini Flash, but it has not really been resolved. Sometimes when you are getting these issues and one LLM is not really attempting a task the way you would want it, then you make changes and try to review which is a better practice. So the elements that we are refining, this text under the notes, it's huge, but also we are refining the alignment of this card and the way the texts are laid out. It's a simple refinement, so let's reattempt it, and then we review what has been made. So the layout is coming out well the way we want it. I think it was resolved. So let's proceed. I think we need to refine this tracking element. 9 days, 7 days, Am I late? So for this, let's make a refinement. So for the, when it comes to the tracking screen, we are going to make a refinement. We are going to ensure that the activity timeline card displays the exact activities that are mapped to that particular itinerary that is being tracked. That is very essential. That is very essential. We need to fix that logic to ensure that it is set out very well. And so I want to ensure that these tracked activities are really the right ones. Because when you select, when you go to the reservation screen, let's go back. And then you click on the tracking button. You click on the tracking button. Then when you go to the tracking screen and let's say click on this element, you view the various activities for different days. So I'm trying to clarify and ensure that that functionality works very well. So we're still waiting for that refinement to be made. Let's use Flash.
Sweat they run for my skin. Carry my load, I carry my bag. See you for shade. Silk dress yellow like white plantain. You don't even look my side. You just the price they drive it. Stand up, press me lost. Forget between I come by. Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for the sun. Market people they shout my name, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you, make we bargain, make we talk. Your matter don't knock you by my head. Mama say customer come, I know you're waiting, she talk. Just to take your walk, all for your heart. Get the cash, get the business, money carry for pocket. Wait, wait, wait. I know be debt, I be walking. I pay the price for love. Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people they
Ya no te veo a mí.
make we bargain, make we talk.
Good
Your matter don't
boy.
my head. Price no be the issue. Just talk to me. Lagos make it too loud, but your voice be like song.
Wait till the sun, energy high, levels don't change. We beings, we dey fly. We only look at the sky. Burn like fire, no be beans. Everything set, we dey win.
So let's wait
Lift your hands, touch the top.
to verify the functionality that has been set out and get to see if these elements are set out very well. Let me go to the reservations. So let's make this a confirmed one. Let's confirm this. And then we can review it. Or rather, let's make a fresh entry. So this is a new entry, and then we can start it and get to track it. Let's now, given that we've started to track that one, let me click on this one, and I want to see so it has 9 days. I want to confirm this with